Oh my gosh. I even forgot to like actually bring the microphone to my mouth. I downloaded this at the last second. Oopsie daisy. Okay. So let me drink something. Gotta get my hydration. Just a sec. Hero! Hang on. Sorry. I was drinking something. Hello! Hello. Thank you for passing by. I appreciate you. Thank you for the stream earlier. And also, please do not feel like forced to stay for too long. Please get your rest if you need to. In the meantime, I will try to figure this out. As I said, I just... Okay, cool. So it works. I just downloaded this, so... I'm still wondering if it even works. Seems to be fine so far, though. Yeah, I hope your day's been good. I hope stream's been good. Be here to lurk and fall asleep with some lovely background noise. Oh, you're too sweet. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I completely forgot to make my what was it, like the image for this week's schedule. Oh yeah, we're playing as Luigi. Xiao, you've reached Princess Toadstool's castle via warp pipe. Using the controller as a piece of cake. A to jump, B to attack. Sounds good. Good, thank you. Your little PNG is very cute. Thank you. Press B to read signs. 2. Use the control stick in the center of the controller to move Mario around. Now head for the castle. Okay. Oh, this is pretty smooth. Oh, okay. Oh. So that's the camera controllers. Yeah, this feels pretty great. Oh, okay. That's how I crouch and do the long jump. Oh. I think I just skipped a dialogue. He thinks. This feels pretty great. So I completely forgot to like do the image for this week's schedule. And I finished like the 2 games that I was playing last week, so I was at a loss on what to play. And at the end I decided to play Super Mario 64. It is another game that I played a bunch of times when I was like younger, like throughout my adolescence. And I got to like the first levels, but I never actually finished the game. That said, it's a pretty similar case to like Zelda Ocarina of Time. Played it a bunch of times, never finished it, and I finished it on stream like some weeks ago. But the difference in this case is I got into the speedrunning side of it, even though I never finished the actual game. And I learned how to speedrun it, kind of. So I actually like got to the end of the game, but I never actually played through it. Very cool. Thank you. So yeah, this is another game another game from my childhood that'll actually finish, and it'll be on stream, so I'm pretty excited to share that. Okie dokie. Oh my gosh. Now that I think about it, I do this every stream. I completely forgot to get the... Oh wow, it was just it was just waiting for me to stay still for a second. Oh, hang on. Mary has just arrived on the scene and will be filming the action live as he enters the castle and pursues the missing power stars. As seasoned cameramen, we'll be shooting from the recommended angle, but you can change the camera angle by pressing the C buttons. If we can't adjust the view any further, we'll pause. To take a look at the surroundings, stop and press C. Arrow up, I guess. Press A to resume play. Switch camera modes with R button. Signs along the way will review these instructions. For now, reporting live. This has been the Lakito Bros. Lakito. Yeah, as I was saying, I do this on every stream, but I completely forgot this time to put the Discord link on chat. I need to pin that. Become a tradition. Hello, Ludwig. Good to see you. Hello, hello. And hello, Snackles. Good to see both of you here. The gang is here. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Zoom. There we go. Let me pin this. End of stream. There we go. There we go. And I think I'm ready to start. Just checking everything is okay. There we go. Okay. Yes, please. Wait. Ah. Okay. Let's get into the actual castle. Welcome. No one's home. Now scram and don't come back. Wahaha. Got it. Harm. So this is the number. Oh, number 1. Oh, this is. Oh, okay. I'm just learning the controls. So this is how I handle the camera. Whoa, this is weird. Okay. Oh, got it. I got it. Okay, it's with the right joystick that I do this. Got it. Okay, this is far better. So that's room number 1. Then here I see 3 and another one which doesn't have a number. So I guess let's start with this one. Oh, I guess it's not like room numbers, but the requirement of stars. Okay. Sounds goody to me. Sounds goody to all. Okie dokie. You're smack in the middle of the battlefield. You'll find the power stars that Bowser stole inside the painting worlds. First, talk to the Bomb buddy. Press B to talk. He'll certainly help you out, and so will his comrades in other areas. To read signs, stop, face them and press B. Press A or B to scroll ahead. You can talk to some other characters by facing them and pressing B. Good. So this is how I punch, but it's also how I talk. If you wander around, you're liable to be plastered by a water bomb. Those enemy bombs love to fight, and they're always finding ways to attack. This meadow has become a battlefield ever since the big bomb got his paws on the power star. Can you recover the star for us? Cross the bridge and go left up the path to find the big bomb. Please come back to see me after you've achieved the power star. Got it. Okie dokie. What do you have to tell me? Okay. I punch instead of talking. Violence is a means of communication. Okay. Hey you, it's dangerous ahead, so listen up. Take my advice. Cross the 2 bridges ahead, then watch for falling water bombs. The big bomb at the top of the mountain is very powerful. Don't let him grab you. My English. We're bomb buddies, and we're on your side. You can talk to us whenever you'd like to. Cool stuff. Free therapy. Whoa. Okay. Okay, that's how I do that. Got it. So I jump. Immaculate. I'm going to be lurking, aka sleeping to this now. Have a good rest, have a good rest. How do I grab you? That's how I grab you. Okay. Oh my gosh. I didn't think it would come back. Okay. Let's see. Also, funnily enough, I think this PC port of the game is actually like a multiplayer mod or something like that. I didn't find any other PC port, so I settled with this one. Looks really good so far, though. Eh. No, my god. Okay. Wow. Oh my gosh. So those are the water bombs. Got it. I always knew hydration was bad for me. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you. Oh my god. Okay. Huh, and how do I change my... Oh, so that's how. Got it, okay. Well, that was freaking cool. I felt badass. Oh no. Oh, what does this say? I learned how to read just now, so I might as well. Beware of chain jump. I'm well aware. Extreme danger. Get close and press C up for a better look. Scary, huh? See the red coin on top of the stake? It says like, be careful. Also, see that really cool red coin? You should definitely grab it. When you collect 8 of them, a power star will appear in the meadow across the bridge. Yeah, okay. Well, I gotta look at you. Look at you. Oh my god! I didn't know it reached so long. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. Oh. Oh. Okay, I gotcha. There we go. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Blip. No. Blip. And flip. There we go. Another sign. Hello. It says hello to a sign. The shadowy star in front of you is a star marker. When you collect all 8 red coins, the star will appear here. Oh my gosh. They're sniping me. Another sign. No, I cannot read this. I haven't learned that language yet. I can read this one, however. If you get the wing cap, you can fly. Put the cap on, then do a triple jump. Jump 3 times in a row to take off. Oh, you can move this while you read. You can fly even higher if you blast out of a cannon wearing the wing cap. Use the C buttons to look around while flying and press Z to land. Which one is Z? Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, okay, so they're... Okay, no, they're not the same. Whatever. Gotta get some coins and an extra life if I catch it. There we go. Oh, so that's how you can see like in front of you. Okay. I'm learning. Oh, I want that one. No, I didn't. Ow! Hang on, how? Okay, that's how you kick in the air. In the air. Wow. I saw pro players get up there. Not sure how they did it. Oh, perhaps just like this. Oh well, cool. That worked. Huh. Okay, what else? What else do we have? Eh. La 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 la. Bum 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 bum. Can I do wall jumps? I don't. I don't think so. I don't. Oh, never mind. Actually, I think I can. Whoop, whoop. Whoa. I think maybe I need some impulse. Eh. Whoa. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm so close to figuring something out. Eh. Okay. Okay, I learned it. I'll learn it as I go. This is fine. Oh, she has shoulders. Yes, I do. Thank you for noticing. That will sound very funny out of context, but basically I was like a floating head before. How do I do a ground what was it? This. That. Hello, Juice. Glad to see you here. You can grab onto the edge of a cliff or ledge with your fingertips. That's so funny to say when you see like the bowl that we have for hands. Anyway, you can grab it with your fingertips and hang down from it. To drop from the edge, either press the control stick in the direction of Maria's back or press the Z button. Now we can grab her by the shoulders and shake her violently. For real! For real, that's so true. To get up onto the ledge, either press up on the control stick or press A as soon as you grab the ledge to climb up quickly. I haven't processed any of the information that I just read. I'll just learn as I go. Okay, there's a cannon there. There are, I almost say monkeys, but they are monies. Coins, I mean. Da, 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 da. This is a heart. I know of anatomy. Wow. Oh my god. Collect as many coins as possible, though refill your power meter. You can check to see how many coins you've collected in each of the 15 enemy worlds. 15. Happy to help via distraction from the instruction. I appreciate you. Also, hi, here quickly, and then I'll have to be right back to go to class. Okie dokie. Thank you for passing by. I hope you get good education. The faster you run through the heart, the more power you'll recover. Oh, how does... Oh, okay, like a speeding kind of thing. Got it. I understood. Hello. I'm gonna kill you in a little bit. Just you wait. Oh. Although I... No, yeah, this is how I grab. I thought I didn't know how to grab. Yeah, no, yep. I'm the big Bob-omb, lord of all blasting matter, king of kabooms the world over. That's kind of a banger introduction, not gonna lie. That's so iconic. Although I never remembered it. How dare you scale my mountain? By what right do you set foot on my imperial mountaintop? You may have eluded my guards, but you'll never escape my grasp. And you'll never take away my power star. I hereby challenge you. Mario. I'm not Mario. If you want the start I hold, you must prove yourself in battle. Can you pick me up? There's a song joke that I could make here, but I'm not sure which song exactly. Pick me up and spin me around, something. I don't know. And hurl me to this royal turf. I think that you cannot. Okay. I kind of want to drink something before. Can I pause? Yeah, I can pause. Yahoo! Okay, let me drink something real quick, and then I'll get that fella. Hell yeah. Okay, I am so back. Okay, let's get this. I can pick you up. No, 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 no. Okay, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. No way. Oh my gosh. Oh, I actually didn't lose any health. I am completely fine. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh yeah, I got you. Good. Ow! How does that hurt me? Oh my god. Ow. I love Luigi. Hell yes, I got you good. Again. Oh, you're spinning real fast now. That ain't fair. Oh my, what did I do? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, here I am. Do not grab me. You are not allowed. Consent matters. Except in your case. Did that work? You can just jump back. Oh, are you... Can I... Oh, okay. You must fight with honor. It is against the royal rules to throw the king out of the ring. Oh, what am I supposed to do then? I thought that was the way. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna... Okay. Wait. So I'm just gonna do that. Oh. Oh, okay, so that was it. Okay. What? Can it be that a pipsqueak like you has defused the Bob-omb King? You might be fast enough to ground me, but you'll have to pick up the pace if you want to take King Bowser by the tail. That's good foreshadowing. Methinks my troops could learn a lesson from you. Here is your start as I promised, Mario. I'm Luigi. If you want to see me again, select this start from the menu. For now, farewell. Oh, honestly, what a polite fella. Although he always got my name wrong. He never learned my name. That is the first star though. I'm pretty proud about that. You've recovered one of the stolen power stars. Now you can open some of the sealed doors in the castle. Oh. I just got a YouTube notification asking me what my favorite vegetable is. No idea. Well, favorite vegetable. Favorite vegetable. Vegetable. So we have lettuce, tomato, onion, pickles. I want to say pickles. I think those are fruits though. Vegetable. Vegetable. What's your favorite vegetable juice? Vegetable juice. Onion, tomato, lettuce. What else? Those are all the vegetables I know. No, wait. Coleslaw, broccoli? Yeah, this is embarrassing. Hang on. I think it's just that I don't know their names in English, but actually nothing comes to mind. Huh. Vegetables. What the hell's a vegetable? Well, I would say onions from the list that I have. You say carrot yet? No, I still haven't. That is so true, Shu. Hello, Shu! Huh. Carrot. Carrots are vegetables. That's crazy. Ah, potatoes as well, huh? Oh, I like potatoes. I like everything that you can make from a potato. Except mashed potatoes. I don't like that. Unless it's like done by a really good professional. Otherwise, I do not like potatoes. Oh damn, son! Why'd you kill? Huh? Why'd you kill the previous 63 Mario games? I am so sorry. I just couldn't help myself for 63 consecutive times. But I stopped at the 64th. Hello, Marks. Good to see you. I like asparagus. Asparagus. I have no idea what that is. Hang on. Let me Google it. I need to know what asparagus is. You know, I've seen like other VTubers, other streamers have like random images on their stream besides like the overlay. I want to do that, so perhaps we can all agree on what our favorite vegetable is and we can put it on stream, you know? Perhaps. I've never eaten any asparagus. Why are we talking about veggies? Oh my god, do people do that often? I do that. Oh yeah, you do. I've seen it like done a few times by other people. Oh, corn, that's right. Onion, garlic. Garlic's also a vegetable. Broccoli, lettuce, potatoes, and what's the last one? So funny. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I like it. Pretty funny and silly and whimsical. Why are we talking about veggies? Veggies. How do you pronounce it? Can anyone like clarify that for me? Is it veggies or veggies? Veggies sounds so much better. Veggies is like sounds like heresy. Da, 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 da. I like are corns vegetables? Isn't that like a legume? How do you call it? Legumbre in English. Yeah, le. How do you pronounce it? Legume. That's so fun. Legume. Isn't that a legume? Like beans, for example. Beans are like legumes. And there's like other stuff, I guess. Try the princess's room on the second floor and the room with the painting of Wump's fortress on floor 1. Bowser's troops are still gaining power, so you can't give up. Save us, Mario. Keep searching for stars. My name is Luigi. You will call me by my name. Heavy is the hand that adds the garlic to the frying pan. Really good. I love how you say vegetables, Samnari, but my mobile Twitch sucks, so no clip for me. You know, like I read the first half of the sentence, and that was like very good. Then I read like the beginning of the second half, and that was so funny to me. Like I love how you say vegetable, but mobile Twitch sucks. That is so funny to me. Sad, very sad though that it doesn't work, or like it sucks. Yeah. I really like garlic. I really like the smell of garlic whenever someone's cooking. Like when they put it on the frying pan, like Mark said. Yeah, really good stuff. I had to clip it and it froze a bunch, so I gave up. Oh no. What the hell? Garlic! Yub. Peek. Ouch. You know. Okay, so let's put a piece of garlic on the stream. I'm gonna do that real quick. Let me look. Garlic. PNG. Transparent. Transparent garlic for real. You can make garlic bread out of garlic. That is so good. Like any kind of sauce. Yummy. I'm looking for my garlic. I'm just looking for garlic. Not sure if this is iron. Is it? I think it is. So I save it. This is so worth the effort. Somnari is confirmed not vampire. I should strike that one off the list. For real. I love garlic. There have been multiple instances in which myself and some garlic, have been in the same room. Yep, it happened. It happened. Image. Garlic. Browse. And I got it. It is here. Garlic. It can be like on top of the overlay. That is so cool. That is so. Ow, my hand. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. A foot race. That's how it usually goes. Like races are usually with the feet. With Koopa the Quick. Right now. Hello. I guess you are Koopa the Quick. Hey Mario, is it true that you beat the big bottom? Cool. You must be strong. Oh my gosh, this guy is like Goku. Wait, Koopa the Quick! Beat his ass! Cool stuff, will do. You must be strong. And pretty fast. So how fast are you anyway? That's enough to beat me, Koopa the Quick. I don't think so, just try me. How about a race to the mountaintop, where the big bottom was? What do you say? When I say go, let the race begin. Ready? Don't go. Okay. Break it, let's do it. Let's do it! Let's go! As fast as I can! Ow. As fast as I can! You! I don't know why I'm jumping. Probably, it would probably make me faster. Ouch! They're sniping me! They're bombing me! This is kinda not fair. I not only have to like arrive first, I have to survive. Okay, I feel like I'm doing fine. I cannot see the fella. Whoa, okay. I don't see the fella anywhere. Okay, I didn't calculate that, so got scared. I see him like right below me. Come on. Get in there. I am so good at this. I am so good at this game. I'm gonna drink something while he comes. Holy shit, you're not just a floating head now? Yeah, you noticed. I have shoulders now. Well, that was pretty easy. It's just like a... Oh, can I? Oh, okay. Puff. Puff. Whoa. You really are. You really are. That is true, I am. Fast, the human blur. Here you go. You've won it. Fair and square. Yeah, it takes like a minute and a half to get there. Oh my gosh. Can I jump on top of you and kill you? Anyway, let me talk to you again. Let me talk to you again. Let me talk to you again. Yeah, this is how it usually goes in real life. I punch people trying to talk to them. Oop. Let's get this SAR. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We've got garlic on the screen. My day is a beautiful shade of green. Like Luigi. Yeah. It's actually not a fixed amount of time because he can collide with the cannibals, I think. Oh, cool. Shoot to the island in the sky, I think I read. Hello, do I have to talk to you to do that? Eh. Oh, what happened? We are peace-loving bob-ombs, so we don't use cannons. But if you'd like to blast off, we don't mind. Help yourself. We'll prepare all of the cannons in this course for you to use. Bon voyage. Cool. We are peaceful, so we don't use cannons, but we always have them just in case. Ready for blast off. Come on, hop into the cannon. You can reach the star on the floating island by using the 4 cannons. Use the control stick to aim, then press A to fire. If you're handy, you can grab onto the trees or poles to land. Hell yeah. He was singing. Yeah, let's go. Wow. I'm gonna kill you. Nah, just kidding. But I do want to try it here. Ow. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Oh, that's a cube. Yep. To read a sign, when you want to talk to a... Yeah, please recover the stars that were stolen by Bowser in this course. But I mean, if they were stolen by Bowser, why would they be here? You can punch enemies to knock them down. Press A to jump, B to punch. Press A, then B to kick. To pick something up, press B2. To throw something you're holding, press B again. Oh. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna kill you with this. That actually worked. Because he hit them in the paintings. Oh. But weren't they in the paintings already? Like... Oh, hang on. No, there we go. I really like... Okay, so not gonna lie, I've been watching like this YouTuber like retro game YouTuber, so to say. Not necessarily like gameplays, but like not documentaries either, like essays about like retro games and stuff. He was talking about Super Mario 64 this one time, and he talked about like this map, and he's called Cinnamon Roll. No, Cinnamon. What is he called on YouTube? Hang on. Cinnamon. What? It was Cinnamon something, but I don't remember. Wow. Cinnamon. Oh, Cinnamon Noir. Cinnamon Noir. And he was talking about how many people do not remember like the story of this map, and how like after you beat the big bottom, more friendly characters start appearing and stuff. Yeah, like these like 2 types of bombs were in a war or something like that, and yeah. And I just found it pretty cool, and I just remembered about it, and I still find it pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, you cannot get to the floating island from the cannon at the beginning of the level. Oh, got it. Fair enough. Oh, cool. Oh, shit. I just punched that guy to death. Are there any other cannons around here? Let me check. I want another. Yeah. Cool stuff. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Cannon. There we go. Well, I would imagine that it's flip. Okay, no, it's not that strong. Some insist your first time playing Mario 64? Nah, I played it many times, but I never finished it. And I don't remember if I talked to you about it, but like I got to finish, under quotation marks, the game, but like speed running it, so I would never like play all the levels, like all the maps, you know. So I like speed ran it with like 16 stars or something like that. I don't remember. So I want to like finish it properly this time. Oh, you finished the game, but with like the 70 stars minimum. No, like the 16 stars or something like that. Like glitching somewhere. Okay, so I guess like here. Oh my gosh, please. There we go. Good stuff. Oh. Hang on. Oh, wow. Holy. Wasn't there... Yeah, there we go. There was another one here. 16 stars. What the fuck? I think it was something like that. I'm not sure. Whoa. Oh wow, that worked. I am surprised that this is working. Like, oh cool. Hell yeah. Like you had to glitch in some wall or something like that and do like the there was some stairs and you had to do like the long jump in reverse, something like that. You've recovered 3 power stars. Now you can open any door with a 3 on its star. Yeah, on its star, yeah. I know that 16 star road. Oh yeah, cool. You can come and go from the open courses as you please. The enemies ahead are even meaner, so be careful. Oh no. Something like something like that. Ah! Okay, I'm using a controller, so it's a little bit harder. You get the idea. Anyway, so there are more missions here, right? Find the 8 red coins. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Let's do it. 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 Tonight's gonna tonight's gonna be a good night. Oh, tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel it. Whoa. Hey, that's a Koopa. Can I? Oh yeah, hell yeah. This is so cool. Oh shit. Come on. Yeah, there we go. This is so awesome sauce. Honestly, I like to... Oh my gosh, that guy is still chasing me. Honestly, I like to do the 100 coin star thingy and the 8 red coins at the same time. Oh, cool. We could try doing that. Sounds like a fun thing. At the same time, so like the last coin that you would get would be the 8 star, the 8th red coin. I mean, do I have to calculate it like that? Whoop. How much is? Oh, it's 2 coins. Okay. Wow. Yeah, because collecting the red coin star kicks you out of the level. Oh, got it. Oh, but what about like the 100 coins? Does that get you out of the level as well? Yeah. Like it's not like Odyssey. What I mean, it's not kick you out of any level. Oh, cool. So then I can do that first, and I can do like the other one on the same run, but not like at the same exact time. But I'm kind of already on my 6th red coin, so Let's get that fella. Get bonked. That was really cool. My gosh, coins are pretty fast. What does this do? Oh, cool. It does do something. Does it give you a lot of coins when you smash them all? I'll say the 100 coin star can be rather lame in some levels. Fair enough. Ow. Spinning around the launch gives you coins. Oh. Hang on. I want to smash this one as well. Look at the naked Koopa. I can't type. Oh, logs. I think I blew it. I think I messed up. Oh no. Or maybe something like 4 of them at once. Nah, I don't know. Yeah. Get killed. Yeah. Wow. Do. Pretty sure it only works if you don't pile them into the ground. There. Naked fella, do not get any closer to me. Okay, you should. Yeah. You read my mind. I cannot. Oh, hell yeah. For no reason at all. That fella was just vibing. Okay, cool. There's some levels in this game where there are like only 116 coins total, and that's rough. That's really rough, actually. Wow. Oh, well, I didn't want to do that. I guess we have to. We didn't get many coins from that. Ow. I hate water. It's such a shame that I started streaming after finishing the Paper Mario series. I feel like that would have been pretty fun to play on stream. Well, but I don't feel like replaying them either. So it's just a shame. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, this time I want to aim for the tree. Kind of like this. Yeah. Yeah. What was this? Oh, that was a star. Okay, let me read this. I want to read. Okay. Sometimes if you pass through a coin ring or find a secret point in a course, a red number will appear. If you trigger 5 red numbers, a secret star will show up. Okay. What about this? No! Okay, well. Them's the breaks, pal. Them's the breaks. Look. Ah, yeah, you need wing cap for that one. Oh. That is a shame. Whoop. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh. Okay, I have to move it. Eh. Just use the cannon under the island. Yeah. For real, for real. Let us go. Oh yeah, this might work. Oh yeah. Well, kind of worked. You know, I'm not complaining. Yeah, kind of worked. Dun, 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 dun. Ow. Okay. Let's get those coins still, though. Because I don't see any other coins so far. Oh. Well, I got one coin. Da, 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 da. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, 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 ba. Can someone give me coins? Yep. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. Ba, ba. Oh, did I get it? No. I think I remember where the 9th red coin is. 8th. Where is it? You have a moral obligation to tell me. Oh, that didn't break. Oh my god. Wow. Oh, like the 8th, 9th thingy. My gosh. Oh wow, I want to get that coin. Do not disappear. Thank you. Let me bomb this fella. Yeah. We're getting somewhere. Oh hey, there's a switch there and the red coin around the metal gate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wow, wow, oh crap. Oh, I'm gonna die. Actually, no. Ouch. How did you glitch around this one? It was kind of like... Ow. It was kind of... I know that it was with a bomb. Let me check. I need to see though. Well... well... whatever. Let's go around it. Although I don't want the red coin yet. Need to get more normal coins. Did I get them here? Nope. Oh no, you're thinking about the chain jump skip. Yeah. Yeah, it was with like a bomb and then you threw it when you had your back turned to the metal bars. I think I explained it well. I would give myself a 7 out of 10. Da, 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 da. I don't see any other enemies to kill. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah. Oh, I know what I have to do too. Oh yeah, you just have to groundhog. Like do the ground whatever on the log to let the chain chomp thingy free. I'm trying to kill this guy. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's a blue coin. Cool. The Koopa is still running around there. Yeah, we just killed him. He's dead now. I put him out of his misery. Naked misery, that is. Wow. 71. Ow. Oh my gosh. You're like, ah! Okay. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, let's get more coins from the cannon thing. Yeah, goodbye. Oh my gosh. Ah, can we do wall jumps? I tried before. I think I'm experienced enough to do it. Ow. Ow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Perhaps they are difficult to do. Huh. Okay, hang on. Ow. Oh. Okay, no, I give up again. I'll probably figure it out eventually. Da, 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 da. I didn't grab you. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a cannon here. Ew. Okay, that's oh yeah, okay. Yeah. All good. Luigi is just over dramatic. We're fine. Ow. Whoa. Da da da. Ba da ba da ba da ba da ba. Bow. Ow. Oh, we still got the tree. How does it have a shadow if it's transparent? That makes you think. La 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 la. Okay. Yeah, that's some good money. Ow. Wow. Can you give me some coins? Yeah. I really want a star. I want to be a rock star. It's a water bomb. I learned that in school. Ow. Scary. Ow. Holy shit. I'm so sorry, Luigi. Kill that other bomb. A coin. Oh, this is where the oh god. What does that switch do? Flip. Let me get. Oh no way! Also dodge this. Whoop. Oh, okay. I guess that's useful. Somewhat. Okay, I'm chilling. Can I see if the other one? Like, I cannot see. I cannot see crap. Okay. Wow. Ow. Okay, so I'm gonna get those coins. Da da da. Da da da. Oh. That. This is just where I was before. Wow. Okay, so whoa. Okay, I have found myself. Hang on. Huh, can we get there? No, that's illegal. So sad. Da 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 da. Bow. No way, dude. Okay, hang on. This is a bit tough right now. Wow. This is a bit tough. Let me get the cannon again. Da 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 da. Wow, wada bada 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 bada, something like that. Okay, hang on. Yeah, okay. I forgot to avoid ending up there. But everything is fine because the music is bomb. Pun intended. Oh cool, another cannon. How convenient. Oh, can I aim for that? Nah, let's play it safe. Ow. Well, this is good enough. I don't mind. It's alright. Yahoo! It fall. It fall. It fall with me. Oh, that's the island. I think I can. I think I can get. Okay. That's fine. That's alright. This is completely fine. I've trained for worse. Whoa. Okay. Oh, I didn't want to grab you. Sorry. Just die because of my mistake. That is such a shame. Okay. Now we can do this. No fooling around for the garlic. What? I didn't know it worked like that. I didn't know. That's not my bad. That ain't my fault. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da ba da ba da ba. Ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba ba. Trying to do a solo on top of this song, but I don't think it's working. Now this worked last time. What? What the hell was that? What the hell was that? I hit the sky. When they said that the sky is the limit, they meant it. It's the limit. You can only get there, you know? What the hell happened there? Okay, well, that's a clip. Let me see how I could like do the marker thingy. Let me check my marker. Yep. That's the command. Successfully added a stream marker. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Okay. Let's try again, I guess. Please work. Oh, good stuff. Cool. Completely cool. Alrighty. We're like about to die. That's crazy. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's do it. I only got one coin. Okay. Oh my gosh. What we do for coins, huh? This is like a metaphor, you know? Or as something. Capitalism. Let's just go there by foot. Okay. Okay. Okay, that was a cool metaphor. Now let's actually get coins. Plural. Okay, there we go. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Okay, so kind of like something like this. No. Oh, this is so tragic. Okay. Ow. Okay, I'm actually gonna die. This is actually crazy. I need health. I need health. I don't need bombs near me. Oh my god. Okay. I'm fine actually. Oh my god. Oh, what about the heart? Where was the heart? Okay, whatever. I'll just grab a coin or two. But yeah, definitely after this mission, we're going to another map. Where was the heart though? I don't remember. Anyway, let's get this bread. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's a good amount. Okay, go. Oh, whoops. Groundhog. What was that movement called? Yeah, where do you get the coins besides the sky? How does economy work? Oh my gosh. Dude. Oh, what about if we spin through this log? Does that do anything? I don't think so. I'm scared. Yeah, I'm scared. Let's get out of here. I see a... No, I thought I saw a coin. I think I'm hallucinating. And I didn't grab the bomb. Okay, I grabbed it now. Where are coins? I don't think I'll reach that far. I don't think so. I think it's safer to do this. Oh god, okay. Huh, what if I try to grab some of these? Since I have another angle, there might be like more lined up for me. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway. Maybe this will work. Ah, kind of. I see it. Oh, also there are more commands now. I think I posted a screenshot on the server, I think on announcements. There is more stuff you can do here on chat. I worked hard on it, so please appreciate it. Please appreciate my hard work. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, huh. Oh, I'm fine actually. This is fine. So you have a lurk command, which gives you a really pretty message. You have a Discord command, gives you the link to the server. What else? Oh, I think you can see your follow H. You can do like exclamation. What's it called like that? Exclamation mark? And follow H and tells you for how long you've been following if you have. And what was it? I actually wanted to check if a command worked. Does that do anything? Oh yeah, it works. Cool. An hour and 9 minutes and 52 seconds. Cool stuff. So you have that as well. What else? I'm pretty sure I added something else. That's it for now. Until I get affiliate, then I should be able to get more fun stuff. And that reminds me, I should put like stuff like path to affiliate on my stream title. Probably do that next time. Straight to the cannon. That was cool. That was cool. Okay, so kind of like this. Nah. Not at all. Oh, almost. Okay. Whoa, cool. Oh, maybe we can try this again. Okay, just a little bit higher, and that would have been cool. But I like that we always end up close to a cannon. Oh, okay. I want to learn how to wall jump. Because I did it once. So I know it can be done. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was like there. Yeah. I got it for a second. I got it for a split second. Oh. Rub. It's raining bombs. Okay. Okay, so I was just missing a little bit of altitude last time. So something like that. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're like at 89. It's a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Oh my gosh. Please get there. No way. Oh my god, I'm dead, dude. I'm dead as fuck, dude. Well, that was depressing. Let's get another. Let's go to another map. So we did the one with no stars required, so let's do this one. Reacting to the star power, the door slowly opens. Well, I opened it. Not like it opened itself. I gently opened the door. Shape of Whomp's block. Hello, the Lucky Two Brothers, cutting in with a live update on Mario's progress. I'm Luigi. He's about to learn a technique for sneaking up on enemies. The trick is this: he has to walk very slowly in order to walk quietly. And wrapping up filming techniques reported on earlier, you can take a look around using C to the right and C to the left. Press C to the down. to view the action from a distance, and you can't move the camera any farther, the buzzer will sound. This is the Lucky Two Brothers signing off. I didn't process any information. Okay. I'll kill you! Ow! Oh, you'll kill me, actually. Okay, so let's read up. I'm sleeping because I'm sleepy. I don't like being disturbed. Please will quietly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, no way. I thought I was being quiet. I really thought. A thought appeared on my mind, I swear. I'm not sure why I'm trying to get coins. I think it's the habit. Super. He's super. I love this song. Be very, very quiet. Please, quiet. Come on, babe. Oh my god. Shit, let's get out of here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get this over with. I'm sorry, goodbye. Oh god, okay. Well. Oh, did you know that fish only appear here for some reason? Okay, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm pretty sure that fish only appeared on this part of the water surface, but they aren't, so that's a shame. I wanted to see fish. I wanted to see fish. So I cannot jump on it, right? No, I cannot. Whoa. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let's go. Hello. Aha, foreshadowing. Is there something here? Was there a Super Mario Galaxy map that would be like a well, it would be a remake of this map in honor of the game? I don't remember. I think there was a map like this one. Eh. Okay. Oh my gosh. Controls are so weird here. Well, that's my bad. That was not even the control. It's just me. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Hello. It makes me so mad. We build your houses, your castles, we pave your roads, and still you walk all over us. Do you ever say thank you? No. Well, you're not going to wipe your feet on me. I think I'll crush you just for fun. You have a problem with that? Just try to pound me, wimp. Huh. I'll kill you. Oh, yeah, well, that didn't work. I feel like there was a trick for this. Yeah, there we go. Speedrunner stuff. You wouldn't get it. No, crushed again. I'm just a stepping stone after all. I won't grovel. Here, you win. Take this with you. Cool stuff. We get a star. Oh yeah. Oh, I like this map. Oh, we got like 52 coins and I wasn't even trying to get as many. To the top of the fortress. Okay. Actually, let's try to get 100 coins here before I get tired of the map. Like before. Oh. Wow. Wow. How do we kill them though? So it's like that. So it's like that, huh? I get it. I get it now. Oh wow. Don't kill yourself like that, Luigi. Full eyes. Oh, what the fuck? Well, alright. Uh-huh. Oh, I didn't get the red one. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I did a wall jump. Oh my gosh. I didn't want to do that. Not sure how it did that. Yeah, I really remember like playing Super Mario Galaxy and being on top of this stuff. I remember there being like a secret star or something like that. I don't know. Well, fair enough. Okay, do not wake it up. Wake me up. Ah, shit. Go to sleep. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get this coin as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we got the coins. Let's go back. Oh my gosh. Okay. God. Oh, and they spawn multiple times. Does that mean that we get the blue coin again? Nope. Shame. Oh, I should. Okay, I should go to the. Yeah, to the edge. I want that. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay, hang on. Well, that's scary. There we go. Okay, go. 36 coins. Okay. And we haven't explored this part yet. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Luigi, please. Behave. Ow. What the fuck? Alright. Oh hey, I can crawl like a baby. 30-year-old doing that. Anyway, let's go. Yeah, let's just do that one. I don't want to do the coins anymore. Stuff happens when I do the coin stuff. How do I... There we go. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, to the top. Shit. That was like bad karma or something. Shit. Da, 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 da. Oh fuck, damn it. Okay. There we go, there we go, there. Chill. I'm so tranquil right now. How did that happen? I wanted to do a long jump. Well, that was too long. Okay, that was my bad. What? But I killed you. No way, that's not... I swear I killed you. Yeah, let's just go back. I cannot even make an excuse for that one. Alrighty. What happened? What was that? Okay. Yeah. God. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, and this doesn't... Oh, yeah, it does flip. Like, the other one. Okay. What is this? That's a... bullet thing. Ow. Bonsai bullet? Something like that. Bonsai. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dude. Oh, cool. I like this. Yeah. I'm here. Cool, I got a cool star. Cool stuff. Let's get in there. I want to get in there. Shoot into the wild blue. Oh. Okay. Huh, so that doesn't kill it. Shit. Wow. Okay. I'll just walk, honestly. No way. Okay, I can just jump there. I can at least do that, you know? What am I doing though? Where am I going? So there's like that stuff. There's also more coins. Ah! Shoot into the wild blue. Oh, we have to get there, don't we? The cannon? Is there a cannon around here? Around here. Yeah, there's a cannon there. How do I get there though? Oh, by talking to this guy. Hello. Sorry, I keep punching you. There we go. Hi, I'll prepare the cannon for you. Okay. Hello? How are you? You know? Ready for the blast off. Come on, hop into the cannon. Okie dokie. I'm so cold, dude. Holy shit. Okay, I'm not. Oh shit, we have to get there, huh? I'm hoping this will do. Oh, it didn't. It didn't do. Did we break something though? Or is that me? Yeah, we did break something. Didn't know we could do that. That was close. Oh no. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, cool. Let's talk to the bomb fella again. Oh no, it's already. Huh. Cool. I was so close, dude. The truth is, I didn't calculate that enough. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Yep. Well, there we go. Okay, so first of all, we align it horizontally, and then we go crazy vertically. Not like this. Please work. Yeah! Hell yeah. That was cool as hell, dude. Oh, that was not. That was not the start that I wanted to do. Whoop. I didn't know that. Shoot into the wild blue. Was that me? Right. I thought it was like shoot into the sky and see what happens. I kinda did that already. Oh, is it that? Do we have to like get there? Oh, let me try to do a wall jump. Let me try to do a wall jump. Come on, you can do it. Well, that was close, you know? That was close. Close. Why does it do that? I don't do anything to... I don't input anything. I'm not sure. I am not sure. But we are so close to that. There's no way I'm giving up. No way. Ow. That was so close. Yeah! Shit! Oh my gosh, okay. Cool stuff. Okay, I'm really cold. I'm not sure why I still have the AC on. I just turned it up now. Straight into the... Oh, so that was it. What does that mean? Did I have to use the cannon to get that? Red coins on the floating isle. I think this is easier. Well, I guess we could have done the red coins of the last map. Wasn't that bad. Maybe I can try doing like both at the same time this time. I feel like that would be fun. Just try to not die in the process. Just be careful about it. Be careful about it. Be careful about it. Okay. Oh, we got it. And as for this, I should be... Oh, okay. I should be able to do a triple jump. Yeah, get here. Hell yes, dude. 29 coins. 29. Huh. I guess if we are quiet. Okay, yeah, when you jump. Yeah, fair enough. That worked though. Yeah, 41 coins. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. 45, 47, and an extra life. Never mind. What the hell? Okay. Got that. Okay, 74 coins. Yeah, this is a lot better than the other map. Okay, we have this circle here. 85. So we can start looking for the other red coins. I see another one. No way I didn't... I mean, I did jump. Oh. Aha. Okay, more coins there. I guess. Oh, okay. And that works. Okay, so how do I get... Ah! How do I get to the aisle, dude? Oh, like this. Bitch. Ow. Oh my gosh, I died from that. What the hell? Okay, whatever. Let's just do the red coin. So... Okay, where was the first one? That was here. Oh. Yeah. Oh, I thought I landed on the stone. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Ooh, ow. I'm just gonna sneak behind you. Four left. Okay. And that is it. I don't care about the extra life. Just get here. Wait. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, that's how you do it. Okay. Can you like get the camera? Yeah. That's a lot better. Oh no! Oh. What? Dude. I'll go to another map. Jeez. Oh, hey, Toad. What's up? What's up? It was Bowser who stole the stars. I saw him with my own eyes. With my boba eyes. He's getting 6 stars in each course, but you won't find all of them in some courses until you press the cap switches. The stars you've found will show on each course's starting screen. If you want to see some of the enemies you've already defeated, select the stars you recovered from them. So I can turn back time, that's what you're telling me. Another sign. Sometimes you'll bump into invisible walls at the edges of the painting worlds. If you hit a wall while flying, you'll bounce back. Okay. So, what is this door? Where does that lead us? Does it take us? Is it at the... Scary. I remember that when I was a kid, I would like freak out about the... Yeah. Like the final worlds. I would be like so scared. Oh, hey, the garden. No. 3. If you stop, press Z to crouch, then jump. You can perform a backward somersault. To do a long jump, run fast, press Z, then jump. This is very calm, very chill. What do you say? Press B while running fast to do a body slide attack. To stand while sliding, press A or B. That's true. It works. Ow. Psst. The boos are super shy. If you look them in the eyes, they fade away, but if you turn your back, they reappear. It's no use trying to hit them when they're fading away. Instead, sneak up behind them and punch. Useful information. Oh my god. Hello. Ow. 1. If you jump repeatedly and time it right, you'll jump higher and higher. If you run really fast and time 3 jumps right, you can do a triple jump. 2. Jump into a solid wall, then jump again when you hit the wall. You can bounce to a higher level using this wall kick. So, kind of like a wall kick. Oh. Oh my gosh, the timing though. The timing is so crazy. Oh, guess I need some practice with that. But it's really cool. I won't lie, it's really cool. What does this say? What happened there? Well, okay. I don't know how to swim. Fun fact, I actually learned how to swim like pretty recently, like a year or 2 ago, kind of. I think it's been 2 years ago. It was like my younger brother who taught me how to swim. Pretty funny. Pretty fun though. I like swimming. I like being in the water. Okay, so that's a 3, and the other one's a 3 as well. So let's go upstairs and go to the 1. Because I know how to count. Reacting to the star power, the door slowly opens. Oh, hey, hello. Can I get here? Nope. Can I get here? Nope. Can I get here? I don't. Yes, I can actually. Ow. Welcome to Princess Toadstool's secret slide. There's a star hidden here that Bowser couldn't find. When you slide, press forward to speed up, pull back to slow down. If you slide really fast, you'll win the star. So Peach just like randomly does this from time to time. That's funny. bum bum ba da ba dum ba da ba da bum bum. This is really cool. Ba da ba da ba da ba 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 da. Was that really fast? Was this fast enough? Fast enough? Oh, I didn't do the speed run thing when catching the star. You basically like have. Oh, okay. You've recovered 8 of the power stars. Now you can open the door with the big star, but Bowser is just ahead. Can you hear the princess calling? Nope. So basically what you do is like do this right before getting the star, and you can like get to the ground faster after grabbing the star. Yep. Oh. Oh. Oh, why would I want any coins here, huh? Makes you think. Anyway, there was a sign here that I wanted to read. Mario, my castle is in great peril. I'm Luigi. I know that Bowser is the cause. I know that only you can stop him. Do not call him. The doors in the castle that have been sealed by Bowser can be opened only with star power. But there are secret paths in the castle. Paths that Bowser hasn't found. One of those paths is in this room, and it holds one of the castle's secret stars. Find that secret star, Mario. It will help you on your quest. Please, Mario, you have to help us. Retrieve all of the power stars in the castle and free us from this awful prison. Please. Okay. Shit. Oh. We may not be Mario, but we are a plumber all the same. Oh shit, I didn't actually want to get in here. Reacting? Yeah, I know. Let me get back. I haven't explored all the maps around here yet. Reacting to the star? Yeah, huh. Got it. Need to drink something. I like this map. Slip sliding away. Let me drink something. Okay, there we go. Snow Mountain Summit. Watch for slippery conditions. Please enter the cottage first. If you ask so nicely. Your steps sound like a car. That's all I wanted to say goodbye. Oh, dude. Welcome to the snow slide. Hop on. To speed up, press forward. Yeah, okay. I know already. Whoa. Oh, hell yes. Oh my gosh. Please tell me I can restart the race. Please. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, Let's go. I missed the coin. We don't need to be so fast. It's alright to be a little bit slow. Bum 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 ba da da bum ba da ba da ba bum. Dun, dun, dun. Cool. Got a lot of coins. Oh, okay, so. Oh, okay, cool. So we do get a start from it. First of all, though, I want to get 100 coins since we're so close already. I almost fall. Bum 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 bum. Well, your child is pretty much just there. I wouldn't worry about him. I guess we can go up this way. Dude, they really sound like the steps really sound like a car. Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh my gosh! How do you die like that? This game hates me. That's all. That is all. Yep. Yep. I get it. I get what you want of me. You want my sanity. Oh, let's go. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-da-ba-da-bum. Oh shit, I still missed the coin. That's crazy. Okay. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum. Okay, 79 this time. Which is alright. Oh, can I do wall jump? Eh, whatever. Let's just get it's cute. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get here. Okay. Oh, dude. Oh, God. Okay. Oh my gosh. Get killed. Good lord. Good lord. Oh my God. Get killed. Idiot. Didn't work. Okay, no, we cannot kill that thing. I've confirmed it. Okay. Okay. 88. Can we get up? Can we get back up? And does this work? Oh, yeah, it works. Oh, that's cool. And I love the sound effect for it. So cool. Wait, 90. Ow. Oh, I guess I can kill you, so... Okay. There we go. There's a star there as well. Which one? 6. Okay. 6. Okay. Does this... Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, you collected... Oh, right. Okay, do you want to save? Yes. Oh, cool. And, well, since we're so close to getting all the red coins, let's try... Oh, cool. I can do this. I can... I can do this! Oh, shit, my ass, dude. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Dude, I can so do it. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a star. Shit. I thought there would be like a red coin or something. But I was able to do it. So I feel proud. Okay, well. I have more coins, I guess. Oh, God. Get out of here. Okay. Oh. How do I? I don't think I can do anything. I think I'll just grab that other star. Oh God, don't make me fall, dude. Do not. Simply do not do that. Actually, can I get up some? Nope. What about that? No, I cannot reach that. No, that's too far. Okay, let's just do this then. Ow. Why does it do that? Yeah, I'm going. Oh shit. I didn't. Yep. Yep. Okay. Well, I cannot see shit like that. Hang on. This is confusing. Okay, there we go. Yeah. And now I just need to. Yeah. Walk like this. Yes. Yeah. Okay, go. Cool stuff. Wall kicks will work. Okay. I didn't even get the first mission yet. Alright, let's do this one. Once and for all. That is crazy. Oh my gosh. I really like this map though. Pretty fun. Pretty fun. Ba-da-ba-bum. And let's jump to it. Can we do... Yes! A bit of a shortcut, if you will. That's not a shortcut. Well, I know that there was like a shortcut somewhere in that race path? How you call it? Da 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 dum ba da bum ba da bum 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 bum. Well, there's one here. Well. Okay. Stop. I'll stop fooling around. Let's do it. Let's actually do it. Let's actually do the thing. I don't even care about this coin. I will not take it. How do you jump like that though? Like from this position. It's crazy. Okay. Okay, okay. I don't care about your woman. I'll get your child next time. Slip sliding away. Okay. Little penguin lost. Okay, let's get you. Oh shit. Okay, let's. Oh shit, dude, come on. Dude. Let's get you to your mother. I'ma get you to your mom. I'll try not to die. I'll try not to kill us both, little penguin. Ba-da-ba-da-bam-bam. Oh, do we have to go this way? Oh, no, we can take this. Lad, there was nothing there. Why did I think there was something there? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay. I got you. Stop trying, buddy. Everything will be alright. Whether you like it or not. Can I throw you the baby? Is that a thing? Ow. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. Where is the mother? Oh, so I could have taken this path. Okay, I'm still alive. Hey, I got your baby. Can I get my start now, please? Madame, Lady Penguin. Oh my gosh. You found my precious baby. Where have you been? How can I ever thank you, Mario? By calling me by my name. I do have this star. Here, take it with my eternal gratitude. Okay. Oh, so might be back. Hey, yo, Marks. How are we all doing on this fine evening? Lip. So funny, every line of dialogue calls you Mario. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I didn't want to crawl. Ron just calls Luigi Mario. I get it. I get it. The green one. Hey, why was I about to grab you again? Remember that there was another one, like there was another penguin on top of the Patash. Well, how the hell do you kill these guys? Ow. Oh my god. Okay, well. Well, whatever. You don't need to. Hello, ma'am. I noticed you're missing children. And I noticed a child right here. The penguin on the slide, though. Oh, the penguin is on the slide, though. No? No, it isn't. That's not my baby. What the fuck? She looks nothing like me. Her parents must be worried sick. Oh. It's my bad. Hang on. Let me grab it. Let me grab it. Yeah, but let me bring it to them. Okay, well. Whatever. Let's talk to the bomb. How many stars are there in this game? I have no idea. Marks, do you know perchance? Oh, hello bomb, hello bomb, hello bomb, hello bomb. 120. There are 120 stars in Super Mario 64. Okay. If I can just talk to you. There we go. Hi, I'll prepare the cannon for you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you and your whole family. Well, I guess I'll die. Oh, cool. That's a nice detail. 70 minimum required to complete the game. Oh, cool. Okay, what can I do with this? What can I do with this? But speedruns do like 16 stars or 0 stars, yeah. What about this? Oh, go, 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 go! No! No! I was like right there, dude. I was right there. Let's go to another map. Oh my gosh. Okay. There's also the 1-star run, but that one's weird and stinky. I hate it when it's weird and stinky. I won't do it. Hey, I never noticed this, Toad. Hello. Am I glad to see you? The princess and I, and well, everybody, we're all trapped inside the castle walls. Bowser has stolen the castle stars, and he's using their power to create his own world in the paintings and walls. Please recover the power stars. As you find them, you can use their power to open the doors that Bowser has sealed. There are 4 rooms on the first floor, starting the one with a painting of Bob-omb inside. It's the only room that Bowser hasn't sealed. Luigi, please, bear with it. When you collect 8 power stars, you'll be able to open the door with a big star. The princess must be inside. Nah. She ain't. Okay, so we got to like a 1-3 door. What about this one? What is this world? I don't think I'm planning to do the 120 stars. There's no way. I don't think. We'll just see how it goes. Oh, is this the one with the dire oceans? Like song. Plunder in the sunken ship. Jolie, Roger Bay, hell yeah. Billy! Oh, hell yeah. I remember making a remix of this song when I was... Oh, you're thinking Dire Docs. Yeah, exactly. I remember making a remix of that song when I was a little baby child. It is so pretty. Oh, okay, yeah, I forgot how to swim. Okay. Red coins, I see. Wow. I have only 2 lives. I should be careful. Really smart to use the same indicator for health for the oxygen stuff. I like to see minimalism in video games, like done correctly, I guess, or like smartly. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the hell? Okay. One. Okay. Well, that was stupid. Ow. I don't even know why I came here. One. Yeah. Oh, hey, that's a box. Oh yeah, the blue things. I cannot see shit. Okay, there we go. I can just do that, yeah. There we go. Hey, there's a... Oh, this is where we came from. Okay. I'm still thinking of what other games to play. So far, like currently we have Mario 64, Hello Charlotte, and Finding Paradise. I think I would be pretty comfortable having one more game to play. But I cannot figure out what the hell I want. You know? It'd be like that. I would like something a little bit more modern looking. That would be fun, perhaps. Oh, flip. Okay, well. Okay, well, let's just go this way. Hey, a switch. Oh, cool. Well, I didn't even get it. Okay, whatever. What is the main way to get a star here? I'm not sure. Can you open, please? Thank you. One again? They don't know how to count. Climbing's easy when you... Okay, I know how to do that. I appreciate it though. See, I am an expert. I can just go here. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. Chew. Counting on stream. It's these days. They had to get onto Twitch streams to learn how to count. That's crazy. I didn't get it again. Open your mouth. Thanks. I don't remember. Fair. Oh, cool. 3. What the first star? Yeah. Oh shit. 4. La 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 la. Me personally, I only know how to count up to like 7. You usually don't really need any other numbers. I think you have to like get the eel out of the ship. Huh. How the hell do I do that? I don't have food for eels. Oh, maybe it's with the Koopa the Koopa ow. Koopa. What was it? Like the turtle I don't remember. What happened? What happened? What happened? What did I do? Oh, cool. Oh my gosh, please. I want to get it. I want to get it. Please, 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 please. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. What is this? What is a joke? Okay, okay, cool. Whatever. Water is fine. We can... What can we do to get you out, buddy? What can I do for you? Oh shit, well no, you're just killing me. Shit, motherfucker. Crap, well, we fucking died. Holy shit, dude. Luigi is like the most patient person ever. Like, he fucking dies drowning and he just says, alright, well, what you gonna do about it? Okay, what's this? Well, I don't know where I am. But this is kind of dreamy. I like it. I like it. There's a bit of an aesthetic to this. I appreciate it. I acknowledge it. Okay, there's another red coin. Just to get there. Oh, I can just do that. I can just hold it. I was starting to think that swimming was pretty complicated. This is pretty easy though. Okay, we got to 5 this time. That's cool. Oh my gosh. Fish. I love fish. 6. 7. I should get something like a command for deaths. So that we can have a death counter. That would be pretty crazy. We got a star. Oh yeah. Hell yes. This the secret aquarium. Anyway, let's go back. I cannot just give up on the first star. I have some kind of pride as well. What is this for? This is just coins? Yeah, okay. I have some sort of pride. Perhaps we need the Koopa shell. It was that word, the shell. To hit the thing, the eel. Yeah, grab it. Grab it. Grab it. Please, please, please. Grab it. Grab it. Okay, well, let's try again. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna fucking die, dude. No, I need a coin. I need a coin. Oh, that was so close, dude. That was so close, and for what? A fucking Koopa shell, man. A Koopa shell. I almost died. Oh, man. Please, grow. Oh, no way. Let's go back up. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Try to grab it again. I'm struggling here. Holy shit. Okay. I got it. I got it this time. I'm chilling. Can you throw it back? Oh, it just disappears. Okay, no. So that's not it. Well, I'm running out of ideas. Oh yeah, I forgot that I can just swim. Let's go up. Ba da ba dum. Please. Oh, thank you. Okay, let's go back down. And we already went through that hole, so I am curious on what we have to do. I saw an extra life there. I need an extra life, actually. Oh shit, man. Wow. Okay, well. Oh, well, that's just really funny. Oh, wow. Luigi's not having a good day. I apologize for that. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. Now let's do this. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so there's more that we can do. Righto? I see red coins there, at least. There's a platform. Maybe we need like a cap to do the EL thing? Also, for how long have I been streaming? Okay, I don't see it on OBS, so let me do the command. Pretty useful. Two hours. Okay. I usually don't really have Twitch opened while I stream. At first, it was because I didn't like seeing my own view being counted. But now it's just because I don't like having Firefox opened while I do something. Okay, let's go to the castle. Let's do some other map. I was struggling there. Hey, first boss map. Cool. Wahaha. You've stepped right into my trap, just as I knew you would. I warned you, friend. Watch your step. What is that for? I don't know why. I don't know what I did. Okay. Okay. Let's try that again. Oh shit, dude. I need extra lives ASAP. Let's go to the first map again. Ow. I need extra lives, man. Oh gosh. Okay, well. How do we get extra lives? I don't remember. Yeah, there was one by the switch. That I do remember. I was almost sniped. Yeah, here. There we go. That's one. Do we try getting the 100 coins again? Oh. Well. Perhaps the game is trying to tell me something. But I thought I heard the sound of coins. Perhaps we could do the 100 coins since we're here. Oh yeah, cool. Cool, yeah. Oh yeah, this is what I was missing. These coins to make it far easier. Holy shit, dude. There we go. Yeah. That's cool. Boop. Boop. Yeah, I've also been thinking, like, since I'm not talking about much, I've also been thinking, like, what other things to implement either to chat or to the channel as a whole. So I've been thinking of, like, maybe adding the names of the people who regularly watch my stuff, perhaps that. Like adding that somewhere, like maybe on the description of the channel or maybe on the overlay. I don't know. I would actually like appreciate ideas from you guys. Just because two brains is better than one brain, so blip. Yeah, I definitely want to do something. I feel like it's been like the same template for too long, so I want to figure out what I can do. Let's get this bread. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh. Leap. Okay. And you. Okay, there we go. I got 3. Okay. Do we get any more? I'm just hoping. Heavy with hoping. Ow. Okay. No, I don't. Alright, let's kill some fellas. Let's get the coins under the bridge as well. 70. Not so bad. Oh, I can actually just do it with this guy. Yeah. Yeah, this feels good. Oh, wow. Oh my. Oh, this lasts for longer than the other one. That's cool. I can go anywhere. Oh, this is really cool. Oh, hell no. What are stairs for? Okay, well. 84 coins. What else can we do, chat? Gang. Friends. People. Somis. I should use the nickname Somis more often. Oh, this didn't break. Oh, Whoa. Break. Okay. Where's the... Okay. Here it is. Okay, so how many red coins? Oh. Okay. Whoa. Okay, just one more red coin. Okay, I get it. And it's the one on the lock there. Oh, I see. I'll get it later. When I have 98 coins. Flip. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. Cool. 99. Okay, we actually got it done this time. I'm surprised. Positively surprised. Okay, I see that one there. Oh yeah, feels good. I just need the... Ow, shit. Just need to grab it. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Ow. My ass. Lip. No. Even I felt that one. Hell yes. We got him, boys. Full stop, dude. Yes. Yes. Okay, actually wanted to like, yeah, okay, we have options here. Then O's pack. Go okay. What? Fine. Player. Name. Why? I put Somi in there. Why do they not call me Somi? Somi. Press Z to toggle brain cap. Which one is Z? Oh shit. Oh. Fuck. There we go. Is it one of these ones? Oh. Oh, cool. Yeah. You can go with Toad. And this guy. And this guy. And Mario and Luigi and Toad. Okay, cool. Cool stuff. Which one do we want? I feel like Luigi's pretty rad. I'm not sure of Waluigi, maybe. Nah, I think I'm sticking to Luigi. We can change the colors though to something more Sumi like. I feel like this is fine. Let's see though. Luigi, Toad, Waluigi, Wario, Custom. Awesome. Oh, this is cool. Okay, cool stuff. Cool stuff, my buddy. I love PC ports. Just such a lot of stuff I like to see. Shirt. Well, that should be purple as well. Well, lavender, I guess. Oh, well, we cannot modify the saturation for this, which is a shame. But it's fair. Yeah, that kind of works. Gloves. I think white ones are fine. I cannot see my my shoes. But I'll go with black. And hair, you can change the hair. Huh. This is really funny. Okay, hair, skin. Oh hey, I guess you. Oh yeah, you reach white if you add them all up. I get it. Okay, I don't know how to get a skin color though. Huh? Yeah, that's kind of it. Guess if we raise. Huh? I kind of get it. I kind of get it. I think that's fine. Cap. Oh, you cannot see it, so. Well, I guess I'll just put it on violet for no reason. Okay. Emblem. Same thing. Just a little bit darker though. Kind of like that. And that's it, huh? I saved it. Okay. Now we go back. Server settings. Nah. Mods. You can get cheats. You can get character select. Huh. Date, night cycle, faster swimming. Hide and seek. Personal star counter. Star road. Holy shit, I needed to sneeze. Oh my gosh. Oh crap. That was pretty cold, huh? Extra characters. To a dead Peach, Daisy, Yoshi, Birdo. Yo, these are cool. Yeah, I want it. Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I want it? Did you ever want to play as older models of characters from other multiplayers SM64? Huh. Okay, so we got more characters now? Is that? Oh.
Good choice.
Oh, cool. Characters select to be enabled. Oh, I had to rehash with it enabled. Oh, let me check. I'm a bit curious. Oh, it was like server settings. Uh-huh.
Good choice.
You can use char select to open the menu. I don't know how to do that. Oh, okay, yeah, I know how to do that. Char select. Oh, cool. Can be Toadette, Peach, Daisy, Yoshi, Birdo, Pike. I don't know who this guy is. Owner of the Wrecking Crew Company and former boss of the Mario Brothers before they moved to the plumbing business. He's had a vendetta against the brothers since. Quite versatile with his hammer. Huh. Huh. What is why? Oh, this is why. Oh, right, with my current. Huh, cool. I guess we could choose Daisy. I think that would be cool. Like with my palette. She looks really cool. Rosalina. No, that's Pauline. What am I saying? I'm thinking. You know? I'm thinking Rosalina. What I do? Open binds, menu color, auto. Oh, cool. You can change even the color of this. That's so cool. This thing is so cool. Menu animations on, full speed normal, character moveset on, play models, custom voices on, credits. Okay, cool. So, yep. How do I? Okay, so that's it.
Ooh, yay.
Okay, I don't like that. I don't like the audio stuff. That's a shame. Okay, I had to input the command again. Yeah, I guess I didn't know what I expected since they don't have like audio and stuff. What about Daisy though? But I get tired of listening to that. Okay. Let's see Peach. You know, there's no one with good, like as good audio, or like as good sound effects as Luigi, I'm thinking. Oh, hey, you can do this. That'll kind of break the game, but I don't know. I don't know, gang. Oh, select. Who else? I'm thinking just Luigi, you know? He's a bit shy and scares easily, but he's willing to follow his brother Mario through any battle that may come their way. Luigi, you're so cool. Yoshi, though. Nah, Luigi's fine. We're fine, fellas. We're fine. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I need to relearn the controls. Oh. Okay. Okay, cool. We don't have to redo anything. I was a little bit scared there. Alright, let's beat this guy. Yeah, whatever. What does this do? Oh. Oh! Oh god. Whoa. Oh. Oh no. Oh my gosh, dude. Alright, let's go. Let's go the other way. Oh gosh. There's no rush, you know? There's no rush. There's no rush at all. Da, da, da. Music here is so good. Damn, I need to sneeze. Sorry about that. I didn't get to mute myself. Oh my gosh. Oh, hey, extra life. Ow, dude. Okay, go. Electric balls. Extra life? Nah, just coins. What the freak? Okay, the movement in this game. I'm sure it was great for the time, and it's still great in many ways, but my gosh, it is pretty crazy sometimes. It is pretty crazy sometimes. Okay, hang on. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, hang on. Oh my god, dude. My god, dude. No way. Huh. Okay, 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 okay. No, 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 that's not. Okay, let's go the other way. God dang it. Whoop. Okay, go. This was an extra life, wasn't it? Yeah. I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it! Yeah. What the fuck was that? What the hell is this, bruh? Let me go. Holy shit. Oh, okay. What are these crystals anyway? Ow. Oh, that scared me. Let me go. Okay. Okay, extra life. Dude, I'm about to die. Oh god. Dude. Okay, well. Okay. What does this do? Oh, okay. That's fun. Okay. Ow. Yeah. Oh, hey, this pattern reminds me of Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. Okay, cool. We reached the fight. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Tough luck, Luigi. What the hell? At least he knows my name, man. Princess Toadstool isn't here. Wah! Go ahead, just try to grab me by the tail. You'll never be able to swing me around. A wimp like you won't throw me out of here. Never. Ha. Thank you for learning my name. Well, let's do it. This is what you get for treating me with respect and care. I throw you to a bomb. That's what I do. Yeah. Okay, I'm chilling. Bitch, bitch, bitch. I said, bitch, I got your tail. And I'll just make you spin for a little bit, and this is enough. Actually, no. No, it wasn't. Shit. It was not enough. Well, this will take a minute. I like that. Oh. Ow. Oh yeah, I got you. Got you good, motherfucker. Come on. Oh, okay, it was only once. I was a bit careless. This is not as I had planned. But I still hold the power of the stars, and I still have Peach. Wahaha, you'll get no more stars from me. I'm not finished with you yet. But I'll let you go for now. You'll pay for this. Later. Cool effect. That's a key. This is really cool. Oh, okay, so that's it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I don't even know what to do with this key. Oh, I guess I do know what to do with this key. But I think there was another door like this, around here. Yeah, there's another door that needs a key. Huh, does this change anything? Oh, hey. Ew. Oh, it takes the power of 30 stars. Okay. What is this? Okay. Um. Did I just waste my key? Hey, Toad. Sorry, I wanted to punch you. But I also want to talk to you. Oh, okay. Wow. You've already recovered that many stars? Way to go, Luigi. Hey, everyone knows my name now. I'll bet you'll have us out of here in no time. Be careful, though. Bowser and his band. He has a band. Wrote the book on bad. Huh? Take my advice. When you need to recover from injuries, collect coins. Yellow coin refill. Shut the fuck up. Yellow coins refill 1 piece of the power meter. Red coins refill 2 pieces, and blue coins refill 5. To make blue coins appear, pound on blue coin blocks. Also, if you fall from high places, you'll minimize damage if you pound the ground as you land. Ground pound. That's this. That yeah. Okay. Whoa. Hey, hello. I'll get you. As soon as I can see you. Nah, I don't see shit, dude. Oh, okay, well. No way, I swear I got you there. No way I didn't get you there. No way, dude. No way, dude. What? Oh, shit. My god! He's dying! And, oh, I got you there. Yeah, and hand me, brute. I'm late, so late I must make haste. This shiny thing? Mine, it's mine. Finders, keepers, losers. Late, late, late. Ouch, take it then. A gift from Bowser. It was... Now let me be. I have a date. I cannot be late for tea. Hey, cool way of talking. Thank you. Oh yeah. Uh-huh. I want to save. Ow. Oh, do you have your date or whatever? Oh, I can just grab you now. I guess you miss your date because of me. That's a shame. Anyway, what is this? Oil the big bully. Big Billy. Don't be a pushover. If anyone tries to shove you around, push back. It's one-on-one with a fiery finish for the loser. Thank you. No, no, no. Hope on the shiny shell and ride wherever you want to go. Red those enemies. Which shell? I don't get it. What the fuck, dude? What the hell, dude? Yeah, I need coins. Thanks. Oh god. Is an eye. I'll kill you. Ow. I don't know. Do I have to? Okay, I don't know. I don't know how to kill you. Okay, I'm chilling. Oh my gosh, I'm not chilling at all, dude. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead, dude. Alright. Oil the big bully. I love the wordplay in this game. Okay, how do I push you? Oh, that's how. I'll kill you. Holy shit, that's loud. Okay. Dude. Oh my gosh. Well, there should be a big bully here, so let me just. Oh, dude, I didn't get the extra life. Uh, Ow. Oh, it's there. Okay, so I can. Yeah, like, oh my god, dude. I have a problem with depth perception or something. Hey, extra life. Please don't die. Whoa. There we go. Cool. Yo, we're on the castle basement now. Yeah. I used the key that I was given to get in here. Dude, I wanted to slide. Well, not slide, but like, you know. Oh well, whatever. We got like 3 lives, so I'm fine with this. Okay. Holy shit, man. Okay, I want more extra lives. I'm greedy like that. Yeah. Okay. I'm really greedy like that. Oh shit. Dude, I'm not gonna live. Shit, man. Well, I still got 1 more life, you know. I wanna farm them. I wanna farm him. Ow. Dude. Dude. Give it to me. Ow. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, we got there. Please, one more, one more. Okay, go, 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 go. We're chilling. I don't think I can. Yeah, no. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine. Da 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 da. Go. Okay, I think I'll do like 3 more missions, or like get 3 more stars, and then I'll stop playing. After doing that, I want to show a little something that I've been working on, which is basically like a music project. Oop. Oh, I got it. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I want more coins before I go get that one. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh, I wanted that coin as well. Oh, do I get there? Oh, no. That's fine, though. Dude, okay, well. Okay, now I'm gonna do the mission. Yeah, I've been working on some music stuff. I still have to work some more on a collaboration that I'm doing with a friendo. Been oh, been a busy couple of weeks. Dude, stop. You're being a big bully right now. Kinda like him. Oh shit. Okay. Oh hey, you. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Hey. Oh dude, it takes me a while to stand up. Yeah, there we go. That's it. I did it. I am proud of myself. This is what I do to what the forge? What the vutch? Dude, come on, that's just mean.
Oh yeah.
Whatever, 2 more stars. I'm thinking. High score, what does that mean even? Bleep. Bully the bullies. I had to kill them all. Kill all bullies. Ow. Ow. Please. Okay. I am chilling. Oh, so do I have to go there? Also, what the hell is this? Cool. Oh, okay. Okay, well, it'll take some time. There goes one. There goes another. This. Okay. Okay, that's another. No way. Okay, well, I'll just let you notice me. Hey, I can push you just by doing that. Well, that's pretty easy. Wow. Oh no. Okay, I cannot push you. The big one by doing that. Dude, stop. You're so violent. Cool stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. And let's go to another map for the last star. What is this? Oh, that looks tasty. Lemon beast in the cavern. Oh no, I don't like water. Oh shit, you even have a map. That's how bad this world is. God. You know it's bad when a Super Mario 64 world has a map. That's a bad. Oh, let me take a look. So can we do a wall jump to get there? Sure. Perhaps. Ouch. Why does it do a ground pound every time? Ouch. Well, we just fucking died, dude. As easy as that. Alright, let's go to another map. I don't care about this one. I do not care for this one. Lep, 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 lep. I think there was like a dead end that was actually like a painting. Try that one, you know? What is this door? More water. Huh. Oh, is this how I go? Up. That's right. Huh, so where's the dead end? Yeah, there we go. And the talons of the big bird. Oh, this map. Got it. Huh. Oh, there's a red coin there. Got it. Oh, okay, I'm lost. Hey, shy guy. Oh. 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 Holy shit. Okay. The talon of the big bird. Oh, hello, sir. Hey. Yeah, there we go. Hi, I'll prepare the cannon for you. Which cannon? No dialogue for the bombs. I see a bird. I see a little bird. Whip, whip. But this is even better. Oh shit. Well, shit. Okay, let's go. Oh, perhaps it wasn't such a good idea. No, actually it was fine. Please, please, please. Shit. Shit. Oh, no way. No way. Da, 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 da. Okay. Whoop. I saw the bird. Go, 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 go. There we go. This time, you're not in my way. Cool. Huh. That's cool. Hello, bird. Will you come by? Will you come by? Yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Okay, that's the last star for today, dude. Where am I? Okay, that was weird. But we got it. We got it. We got it. Nice score. Okay. Whatever you say, buddy. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh. I'm pretty sleepy, so... I guess it's just like up hosting. Okay, yeah, that's it. I'm wondering what other options you have. Gear camera, free camera, rum hat camera. How does that work? Oh, how does this work? But I don't want to try it, I guess. Miscellaneous, disable pop-ups, Lua profiler, language, menu options, menu options. You see. I'll select Mario Odyssey, light. Well, that ain't light. Dark. This is fine. UI scale. Oh no. Yeah. Normal. Oh yeah, this is a lot better. This is a lot more readable. This is really cool. Yeah, can we go back to the yeah, there we go. Water. You really call this song water, huh? Crazy. I like that. I guess that's cool. Okay, anyway, I got a little bit sidetracked. Quit. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes, I'm sure. Let me put my controller around here. And let me put some music while I open my music. Loop. So, be fine. The garlic is on top of the... Yeah, there we go. Okay, garlic. You've been such a good companion. Let me open FL Studio. Yeah. I was just checking like the Discord server. I see here on Ludwig joined. Yay! Dun, dun, dun. Let me put some Bertos in the Discord server, like on the welcome channel. Da-da-dum. Oh, this is a bit loud, isn't it? Sorry about that. Should be better now. Okie dokie. Oh, huh. Lib? Lib. Okay, put some Bertos in here. Okay, what the hell was I gonna do? Oh yeah, open FL Studio. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. And let me change the category to just chatting, I suppose. And the title to chillin'. There we go. Also, I've been thinking of buying like what is it? Like the microphone pop filter? Yeah, been thinking of buying one. Temu recently became available in my country, so I can basically buy stuff from there. So maybe I'll do that. It's really crazy because besides Temu, which is like the simpler option to Amazon, which takes like a lot of time to arrive. and it's like harder to set up as well here in Paraguay. Temu is like the cheaper and simpler alternative. And besides that, like there are so many things that we don't have access to, like so many items that we cannot buy simply because like no one sells them uh in the actual country. That's crazy. Like a pop filter. I've never seen a pop filter in person in my whole life. Yeah, I'm thinking of buying one. Both the one that you attach, the one that you attach to your microphone, and also what am I thinking of? Like the one you put on top of your microphone, if it makes any sense. Like a piece of cloth kind of that you wrap it around the microphone, kind of like that. Like putting on gloves but for your microphone. I think of it anyway. So window capture should work. Yep. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Mm. I'm just waiting for stuff to load. I also bought like a Casanita to a plushie. I won't get tired of mentioning that. I'm excited to receive that. Um, what else did I buy? Let me check real quick. Message. Oh, hey, cool. An order has been shipped and tracking number ready. Oh, okay, okay, okay. So I did like 2 orders, I guess. I got, what did I get? I got some, check. Ah, earplugs so that I can sleep better. Uh, and just whenever I don't want to hear any noise around me. Yeah. Got some socks as well because I like socks. I like having socks. Oh. Okay, what else did I get? I got a Casanate plushie. I got a humidifier because my throat tends to get like very dry very quickly. That's why I have to like drink water all the time whenever I stream, for example. After that, I got like an air inhaler thing. I don't know what it actually is. Really, I just wanted to try it out because it sounds tasty, like tasting air. This yum, 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 yum. I got a webcam. I'm not sure if I'll use a VTuber model anytime soon, but I think it's good to have a webcam for when I do. The one I had was not as good as it could have been, so I'm guessing that this one could be better for using a VTuber model whenever I have one. I also got like a kind of cheap smartwatch. Is a one to measure like my heart rate and stuff like that whenever I go on my walks. It's basically all I got. Nothing too fancy. Just stuff I need. This load up. Hmm. Um. Huh? I don't. It's not responding to my clicks for some reason. Okay, it's not responding like at all. Now let me wait for a little bit. Let me just wait for a little bit. Okay, actually, let me reopen it. I don't think it worked. It's a shame. Sometimes it's just a bit slow, and that's how it is. Mm. But yeah, besides like music stuff, I've been writing like more often recently, which is nice to see, nice to notice. I've been drawing some stuff recently as well, which I like to do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Thank you. Buying you some cool pants, some cool like wide and light pants, like lightweight pants that feel comfy. Look at that. I also want like a super oversized cardigan. That would be really cool. Like just comfy stuff that looks nice. Oh, like that. Microphone windscreen cover. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's it. That's it. Like a windscreen cover. Because sometimes you can hear like my keyboard, my controller, or the doggies in my house, and I don't quite appreciate that. So I'm wanting a pop filter for my plosives and a microphone windscreen cover as well. Cover. Oh, this is so slow today. What the hell? I'm noticing. Is it because I have Firefox opened? Is that my curse? Oh, this is such a good song. The hell do I have opened anyway? Oh, Steam. Let me close that. What else can I close? Vanguard. Yep. I will not play any League tonight. That's completely fine. Mm. Okie dokie. Oh. Is it can I click? Is it okay if I click? Yeah, I think it should be fine. It's not working. Oh, cool! It is working. Lord, I got scared. Sure, why it's so slow. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've done. Well, since I've like got some maintenance maintenance done on the PC, so perhaps it is fair. I don't know much about like computers and stuff, but I guess like changing the thermal paste, cleaning and stuff. What is this? This is basically like a song I'm working on. If only I can get to show it. Well, not really like a song I'm working on. It is a song of course, but it's kind of like a remake of an old song that I've done, and like I'm singing over it as well. I'm about to finish it, I think, so I'm excited for that. Mhm. But yeah, I just want to see if this responds. Honestly, I don't think it will. Yeah. How long have you been working on this? Actually, I can find that out for you. There's like a time counter on the program. So again, as soon as it responds, I can get there and check. I think it is beginning to respond. I think. Holy crap! I don't think it is. Perhaps I can. Okay. Hang on. I want to try a little bit more. If not, then I can probably show it like an MP3 file on the Discord server, and that would be fine, I guess. But I would like to show it on stream if I can. Huh. But I think I've been working on it for like a good, I would say that like 7 to 10 hours. Um, like this year. But when I made the song, it was like I would say 10 to 20 hours, but I'm not sure. Not completely sure. Perhaps I'm wrong. But mostly I'm just trying to build onto what I made all those years ago. But also like remake what I can to give it like more of my like current style, which is a bit more refined, I guess. Again, if only I can get it to actually run the thing, which I don't think I can. Huh. Hang on, let me try closing it again and getting rid of any tasks that my computer is handling at the moment. So let me get out of Discord. First of all. Huh. So Spotify would be another thing that I could end. Whoopsie. Sorry about that. It's going to be a little bit quiet. Just a little bit. So, let me take out my model for a little while. Okay. Epic Web Helper. What the hell is that, dude? Get out of my CPU. Hell. So let the garlic be here in my place for now. Again, just for a little bit. Okay, and I think that's much better. There was like a weird process that I don't know what it is. was taking up my CPU, I think. Let me check. Let me try to open it one more time. Let me drink some wateries. Okay. Hydration. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Oh yeah, I can definitely click on stuff now. Yep. This is a lot better. A lot better now. Okay, I don't know what was happening before. Check. Yeah, I feel like I could even have my model on screen and it would be fine. Yeah, let me open my model again. Let me move this garlic. There we go. I am back on screen. Let me check my tasks. See that everything is fine. Becomes garlic and the program immediately starts working again. Well, that's simply how technology works, you know? No need to find a logic in it. Okay, so basically, let me just mute my singing because I'm embarrassed. Somehow popped the FL Studio. No. Conclusion: garlic saves lives. That's true. Yeah, we've seen it with vampires. You know, I feel like it has more potential than that. Okay, so how loud is this? That'd be pretty loud, I think. Okay, I think this is better. But yeah, this is what I've been working on lately. You can still hear me, right? Yeah, you still can. Okay, go. This is a song that I already showed on stream, but like the original version. This is like a bit of a more refined, more up-to-date version. Oh my god, this sounds so cute. Thank you. Also Noah, hey, thank you for passing by. I appreciate you. Hope your day's been good. Do. But yeah, okay, so to answer Shu's question, now that I can actually interact with this program, like information. Yeah, total time spent on it, 19 hours, 20 minutes. And I'm not sure how many hours the original has, so I cannot do the subtraction. But I would say around 5 hours this year, and then like 15 hours the time where I made like the original song. And this would be like the chorus. And I plan on releasing it either sometime this year or at the beginning of next year, probably. I think I will be able to finish it by then. This synth is very silly. Kind of played with the chords here. Did not pay much attention to that. I like this solo with this. I'm not sure if I'm a really big fan of that synth. It sounds too silly. And the rest of the song is supposed to be like kind of depressing or whatever. This is like so cute. Oh, hang on. Let me actually check the um, Sakura is such a wonderful plugin. Has so much fun stuff. Oh, let me actually play the pattern. Like this without the reverb and without the delay. Sounds so good. Oh, and I added like a delay here. Sounds like so organic. I love it. But I want to add like a sound that sounds serious, I guess. I'm not sure. Like this sounds so beautiful. I guess something like that would work. This is like a more updated solo. The other solo melody that this song had was like really different. I'm wondering where it is. Is that this one? Nope. uh, so this is pattern 12, pattern 13. Nope. 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 Okay, hang on. Let me go from the first one. Yeah, this is like the previous solo that the song had originally. It has such a different vibe. It's really good though. To me at least, it sounds like more gritty than the one I have now. I like both of them equally in an equal amount, so yeah, this is something that I've been working on. Besides that, yeah, much else. This is like how this song ends. I just have to figure out how to get there. Yeah, that's how it goes, basically. Now, let me try to find something else that I can show. My music. Could I show? Do, 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 do. Okay, I forgot which song this project is. Like I have them like named by number, so it's I'm pretty clueless about which song is which. It's a bad habit. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Okay, I'm missing a bunch of samples for this. Whoop. Oh, okay, I remember. By the first few seconds, I remember. Okay, the vocals are missing. Fair enough. Fair enough. I completely forgot what the song was called. I think this is Thrice. I liked using many melodies here. Basically, like different versions of the same melody, so that they all form like a single thing, so to say. Sadly, I am missing many samples for this. There's some piano here. Yeah. How long have you been working on music arrangements like this? Oh, it's been a long time. It's been since I was like 13 or 14, something like that. I'm 22 years old now, so let me do the math. Kind of like 8 years or 9 years. It's a lot. So cool. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. I used to do like remixes of like video game music before. Oh my gosh, hang on. I'm not ready for that yet. Like remixes of Undertale back in the day. That's what I started with, I think. Undertale, then I went to well, actually I mostly stayed with Undertale at the beginning. But I would do like Mario, I think like one Mario remix, one Zelda remix as well. And that's how I started like making music. Oop. Okay, so this is where I was missing some piano. Oop. Oh, okay. What was this for? Oh, okay. I just have to replace this one as well. There we go. Loop. Loop. Huh, which one is... Oh, it's this one. Never mind, I replaced the wrong thing. I've always been interested in learning how to do it, but it seems so overwhelming. That's completely fair. I guess at the beginning, it is a bit overwhelming. So I shall leave. I am EP. Go sleep, Marks. Thank you for passing by. I appreciate you. Also, sorry for not tapping much. No, that's completely fine. Don't feel forced to do so. You're completely fine. I hope you enjoy drawing. Um, I feel like with a good tutorial or two, I think you can have like quite a good grip, especially of the interface, which is like usually the most overwhelming part, I would guess. But definitely like the best advice anyone could give you is just have fun with it. Glad I got most of the stream later, folks. Hey, thank you for staying here. I appreciate that. Later. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to replace this with an. Yeah, okay, there we go. Now I'm hearing sounds. Oh, stop responding. Okay, there we go. Okay, it will not sound good because it's not the piano which I made this with originally, but works for now. It works for now. I should have the MP3 for this somewhere. Really, like the reason that I was able to learn so much is because I had fun with it, and I was just trying to figure out how to do certain things and stuff. I guess it's pretty counterintuitive, but the best way to get better is to not think about getting better. Oh no, this is not Thrice. This is I forget the names of my own songs. Which one was this? Um or Hey, this is oh, okay. I'm not sure if this is piano or like a bell. Let's put whatever sounds good. This, I would say, like for example, you see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you cannot see the menu that I see, but basically, there's like a whole list of instruments that you can choose, and it's basically my whole screen. So I guess that can feel overwhelming, but at the same time, it's just like you can try like one by one, and you can see which one you like the most. Which is fun in its own way. This one. Yeah, I like this one. I don't want. Okay, one delay. I don't hear the difference. Okay, it felt too loud. Okay, that's why. Okay. Yeah. Still has delay though. Sure why. FX. Okay, maybe this. Yeah, there we go. Now we have like the from the loud part, which is this. We go to a soft part, which I like. I I completely forgot the name for this song. Holy crap. I still don't remember it. Um, I know that it was based on a poem that I wrote, but I completely forgot the name of the poem as well. Oop. Anyhow. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Let me look for something else to show. Oh, I think this is quite cool. Oh, I'm just missing 2 plugins. That is fine. It is all right. Yeah, this is a small song. Doesn't have as many instruments as the other one, but I like it all the same. Something I like about music as well is like minimalism sometimes. Like just using one instrument, and that can like carry your whole song. You don't need to like make the biggest thing ever to say something, I guess. Like this. Still looking for the poem. Dun, dun, dun. Yahoo! Oh, and this is the part that doesn't have any instruments. Um, Perhaps I can wing it. I like this one. Cool. I'm glad. Low-key a little jazzy. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Oh, actually, I don't have anything that I want to place this with. So let's just go to the. This part was supposed to be like a cheap tune, 8-bit sounding version of the song. And we go onto an orchestral vibe. Oh, Placebo. That was the name of the song. I remember now. Oh. Oh, this has a few more instruments. Oh yeah, it has a bit of them. We have like yeah, staccato, string. What do we have? What is this? Oh, this is like the glockenspiel, I think it's called. Did not count on me though. No idea. I don't know what this is. Straight up. Is piano for that one? This is like a cello. This is like the flute that was sounding earlier, playing earlier. I mean, more strings. Yeah. Okay. Pretty simple still. Bloop. Another one. Let me look if there's anything else. Number 5. I wonder what this is. Okay. This is oh, this is a very short pattern. Never finished it. Well, never made anything with it. Let me look for something else while this plays. I don't remember this is, but I know that it's for a visual novel that I'm making. So it must be like chill. I'm guessing. Must be chill. Oh yeah. Okay, this is like a a very simple pattern that repeats a lot of time. Changes sometimes, but that's it. What kind of visual novel? Um basically like a psychological kind of thing. It's like not action or adventure or anything. There's like a little bit of romance, but it's not the focus of the story. It's kind of like coming of age, basically. There's like this fella called Clover, which is like finishing school. He goes visit his partner that's in the hospital. They just talk about stuff. There's like a reflection on the past, future, stuff like that. Yep. It's also, interestingly enough, it's also that I made like many years ago. I would say like 4 or 5 years ago. And I now like remade the script for it. But it has my current style while talking about the same thing. I like geese, I like geese. Sounds really nice. Thank you, thank you. And I actually have a just posted a main menu art, well, main menu idea art that I made like yesterday. Let me show you. Do-do-doom, do-do-do-doom. Do-do-do-do. Put another window to capture here. Lip, lip, Photoshop. There we go. Yeah, it's them. The fella is, well, the guy is called Clover. The girl is called Mary. Lip, that works. Lip, 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 lip. Do-do-do. I worked in a VN earlier this summer with some friends for a game jam. Remember it being a lot of work. Oh yeah, cool. Cool stuff. I always actually, did I ever um take part of a game jam? I don't think I have. No, actually, yeah, I did have. My memory is not the best. Actually, the original thing, like the original game for this, I made it for a game jam, I remember. Bleep, 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 bleep. Are you working on it alone? Yeah, I am. Same as back then, yeah. I'm working on it alone. Like, I've finished the script already, and I put the code, like the script into the code already. The only things that I need now are the art, which I'm starting to make. Like, this is sketch for the main menu, and then the sprites and the backgrounds and stuff. Although the backgrounds, I guess I'll just use some pictures and put some cool filters or something like that. So the art and then the music, which I also plan to making on my own, although I did ask a friend so far to make a small song for it, since I would really like to have their work on it. Like their work on my visual novel. I plan to ask some other friendos as well. I think that would be really nice. since it's kind of I would say like um it's like a heartfelt project basically. It means a lot to me personally, so I would love to have their work as well on it. Would be pretty cool. Passion project, exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of passion put into it, definitely. I wonder if I have any other art for the game. Doop 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 doom character creation. Yeah, this is like the sprite that I have for Mary for now, for example. It's pretty simple because I don't want to overwork myself either. Passion only ever gets you so far, you know? That's like Mary. I'm still working on Clover. I don't think he looks that great right now, but I'll get there eventually. Yep. What is this? Oh, this is random sketches about the story. Concept art for Mary. That's for part 2, I guess. And this is the random drawing of them. Oh, this is like more representative of the style I want to go for. Looks good. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's what I have for now. Lip. Dun, 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 dun. Let me look for something else, another song to show. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I made myself a song for my starting soon screen. I just need to draw the actual screen. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Loop. I really like it. It scratches my ears. It's pretty simple as well. It's mostly like uh percussions. I think that only two instruments are ever playing at the same time. Now it's a piano with a bell. Now the whistle with the piano. Although it has some other stuff. But in the middle. Still pretty simple. Yep. So I'll use this eventually. Do, 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 do. I don't know what this is, but I want to check it out. I want to check it out. I actually don't remember this. Oh, okay, it's a lot bigger than I thought. Oh no, I do remember this. This is actually a pretty silly song because I am making a collaboration song with with a friendo, and I have like the main melody here. So like that's the main melody that I made up for this song. But I got like really sidetracked because music is hard. And like I made a whole another thing. Like we had like this vibe going for like a waltz. I personally was thinking of using like piano and strings for that song. But then I got like a creative block for it, and I got sidetracked and I started doing like making this instead, which is like a whole other thing. Yeah, so it goes. Yeah, it's like a completely different. In any case, yeah. Huh. But what is this though? I'm confused. I'm confused because it's like super separate from everything else. Oh no. Okay, okay, okay. I remember now. At the end, this is the melody that I showed them that I would like to use. Pretty cool. Reminds me of like Vocaloid songs back in the day. This one is actually inspired by Nonsense Speaker. I think is the English translation for the title. Pretty good song. That caught me off guard. Okay. So I think I'll show one more song and then I'll go sleepies. Because it is 12 a.m. here. Okay, so there's this project file which says, well, which is called like, yeah, in all caps. So must be good. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah. But yeah, I really like this one. I just get like I always get this kind of luck where I get to a certain point with a song, like this for example, until this point, 54 seconds, in which like after the main part, quotation marks, main part of the song, which is like the strongest part, this. After this part, I never know what to make next, like how to follow it up. So I always end up like in this point of the project I would like have it be on hold for like a year or something, like that amount of time on hold, and then after a year I would be like, oh yeah, I could do this, and then I just complete the song. And now, for example, I'm like, after how long? Let me check. Project info. 12/4, 4, so April this year. After 6 months, I'm like, oh cool, maybe I could just copy paste like what I had at the beginning and modify a few things, and that would be enough. And it kind of works. It's just that kind of eureka moment that you have. Well, that I have anyway. Like so so long, like so much time later. So much time later. What? So long after. Oh, it uses the same instrument for the chords and for the melody, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Hmm. Guess I'll complicate this. Clone this. Never mind. Ah. And cut and paste. Yeah, that sounds better. Oh yeah, it sounds really good. I'm pretty proud actually, huh? But there is like that really good feeling in music production, to the point where you can just like copy paste some things and you can like avoid hours of work. That feels really great. So yeah, interestingly enough, it is a matter of how to say it, not luck, but a matter of coincidence that I like today I opened the project file, and today I have like the eureka moment where I'm like, oh yeah, I can just copy paste it. And now I can continue making this song. Pretty crazy. Maybe my brain just works like that and I have to deal with it. Let me loop this and clone this. That's how it be sometimes. Yeah, definitely. Oop. Make this unique. If I can change it up. Okay, so it's cut. Paste it here. And I can change this instrument. I can change the effects. No matter what you change, it will have like a different feeling. And I love that. I like this. But yeah, I don't think I'll actually work on it right now. I'm so sleepy. There's a lot of. What if I, for example, disable this and it doesn't have the echo now, the chords? Sounds a lot cleaner to me, but also more empty. Yep. I might just save this and go to sleepies. So now's when I say thank you to everyone for passing by. I appreciate all of you. I had great fun, definitely. Thank you, Marks. Thank you, thank you, Shu. And thank you, Hero and Ludwig. And I think I saw, did I see Snuffles? And thank you, Noah, for passing by. I appreciate you. It was nice to see you and chat with you. And thank you, Shu. Good night to you all if it's night for